Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the delay. I'm alive. That was very Slipknot there. What was? How does one get himself on covered in fiberglass? Well, at 1 a.m., one's roof maybe explodes and gallons of water rush through. Or did DFE like a bunch of replies to your Twitter post last night? Also, where post? I don't know. A little tired. Cultivating more black mold? You have no idea. We've gone from a small boutique operation to a full scale mold farm, a factory mold farm, if you will. Yeah, I'm in the Northeast. I was going to sleep. I was getting like snuggled into bed. I was ready to get like start shit posting on uh on the Discord, and there it went. It started off as a small crack in my roof and just expanded from there. Ranch it up, bro. Mold Farms review up. Thanks. I don't want to hear anything else about my hair today. Perverts. Citadel do anything to keep me from sleeping. Any thoughts on the Ortex data? Ortex is bullshit. All of their data is bullshit. I can tell you Ortex's reported short interest right now. I don't think it was that high a couple days ago. Although it was running this morning. Sure, borrow fees through the roof. 66.53%. And this is why Ortex sucks. Because even if it was right, the fucking data is different everywhere. Yeah, Ortex is garbage. Of course it is. Matt Kors sells it. I'm not Post Malone. Any of your stuff get ruined? Hard to say right now, but probably. Ortex is reporting 85%. Sounds like Ortex wants you to buy some Spurt. Is there anywhere that the data isn't BS or sus? If you buy it from the exchange, and it's super expensive. It's like $20,000 to $30,000 per exchange. I think Ortex just like bumps up the short interest on whatever stocks are popular so they can sell their platform. I don't think it's like a I don't think it's like like a hedge fund tactic or anything like that. It's simply just marketing. $30K in super chat. We can buy exchange. No, I don't have the fiber connections to get it. And the spurt sub because of the Ortex data. Fucking idiots. I mean, people did the same shit with AMC not that long ago. It's like they don't learn their lessons. But I mean, I don't think spurt's done squeezing. 60% SI with the float locked up is more than sufficient to make it run again. I guess the question will be when. And historically, at the end of the week. Hmm. They added weeklies to spurt. Ooh, money making opportunities, yeah. Wells Fargo coming back up in the pre-market. Double bottom. Baba's fucking killing it for me right now, by the way. As long as it doesn't tank out open. I think I'm going to move out of some of my options there. How are options looking for this week so far? I mean, pretty shitty, to be honest. What's our volume? 25,000 right now? What's the potential delay between failed margin call and forced liquidation? Okay, so if they force liquidate, they're doing it because the position presents catastrophic risk to the lender, right? Forced liquidation is immediate or after a failed margin call period. So if the price goes up high enough, they'll just liquidate them. There will be no grace period for them to like go find the capital, right? Because as the lender takes on more and more risk and the position gets deeper and deeper in the hole, like they can't let that just run on for 3 days, right? But at like a low level with like steady price movement, they usually have a few days. It depends on their contract, and those are all negotiated separately. So no two are necessarily the same. Am I still sick? I think I'm better. I don't know. I feel like shit today, but I don't think that's because of being sick. Cold shower after fiberglass. Yeah, I know. I already knew that. I've gotten fiberglass on me before and taken a hot shower and learned my lesson. Mold, fiberglass, rotten mayo, still pickles. This place is an ecological disaster. Yeah, I mean, if the lender determines that they're just going to be incapable of raising the funds, they will just liquidate them. They won't. They won't wait. They won't give them any time. They will liquidate them immediately. You saw that happen to retail investors back in January, where they weren't even given time to satisfy their margin requirements. Their accounts were just liquidated. It works the same way, but on a bigger scale for hedge funds. What were you doing with fiberglass and hot showers before? I've put like fiberglass insulation in and gotten it all over myself. Also, when I was like in high school, I worked at like an auto body shop part time, and you know, if we sanded any of the like the cars, like wet sanding, like some of the cars are made from fiberglass, and so you'd get like fiberglass particles all over you. So I've dealt with it before. What caused the mold in your house? A leaky roof. Like halfway through the pandemic, there was like a fire on my roof, and they like did a shitty job patching it up. I wore like an N95 mask or an N100 mask, so I didn't get it in my lungs. I don't think. Flex Seal to fix your roof. Thanks, man. I don't know if that'll help, but I'll try it. Don't take a cold shower if you get Flex Seal on yourself. I'll just paint it all over my pickle, J Fresh, and send you a picture of it. I have to ask, what the heck is a Dan? I feel like it's been explained before. They're a hive mind collective of fucking idiots. That's what the Dans are. I beg to differ. Yeah, you would. I haven't seen like the like flooding, but I know it's pretty widespread. Well, they're all here today, reeing in chat. If the Borg had been dropped on their collective head. That makes, yeah, that's pretty good. Check out our NYC for crazy flooding videos. I'm right. Did you get a little tornado action from New Jersey? Nah. But clearly, one more reason not to live in Philadelphia or New Jersey, right? Now they get fucking tornadoes. I mean, it's global warming. start off the probably ruined by flood fund or the electric bill. Thanks for all you tinker. Thanks, Tim Timmery. I appreciate that, man. I have insurance. I'm not worried about it. How much espresso is that? 4 shots. Or 2 doubles. I don't think owls have teeth. Why'd you leave the mysteries of the Wendy's dumpster out of your description of the Dans? Because only the Dans think it's a mystery. Kaiser Dan, thank you. I appreciate that. Or 1 quad. Yes. That is correct. The number 4 and quad are synonymous. All that coffee would have me on the toilet for the whole day. 1/2. Free to buy arm floaties for the flooding. Yeah, Sean Daniels, but you're changing the definition of customer service. You're servicing customers is not the same as providing a service for customers. Well, maybe it is. It's really is that the Chewy approach, though? What do you think there's logic about it? It's important to mention the dumpster. I birthed Carl behind there. His mother is Heidi, a German prostitute with whale teeth. It's true. Carl, keep yourself out of the Dan lore. It's disturbing. You're better than that. Because once you become canon, it's just a problem. Did DFE tweet? I don't think so. Somebody said he liked a bunch of tweets in response to my tweet last night or something, but I don't know if that's true or not. Someone's just trying to hype me up again. I've begun reading Gospel of the Dans Part 3, Carl, and I'm already worried about where it's going. How does it feel to be wrong? Feels fine. If you texted me, he watches your stream. Good to know, Multi, please. Yeah, apparently, maybe I know something TFE doesn't. I don't know about that. I wouldn't have tweeted after yesterday's price action either, to be honest. Since the end of the ascent period of MOASS is marked by SI crossing below 100%, would it be possible to sum up volume from then on to estimate when shorts are fully covered since we know the float and anticipate no day trading at high prices? I mean, there could still be trading occurring, right? Um, but you also, I mean, yeah, you know the float. It's hard to say. Possibly you could use that as an indicator. But there could be other things like exercised options rolling in and shit like that that could throw it off. Don't put it past absolute degenerates to attempt to trade the peaks. I don't know if DFE ever thought it would get to this point. Probably not. CNBC deleted the entire Kramer archive. And they're trying to erase their connection. What did he say? Did he say something bullish about GameStop? And they're like, that's it. We can't control this guy anymore. No, they didn't. I didn't think so. It's premium only now. He's trying to get some of that Matt Kors money. Oh, then I spilled soda on my keyboard, which was a good time. What other terrible things happened to me last night? Are you going to delete your social media post MOASS? I don't know. Maybe. Are you? What are you doing with your social media, Dr. K? Sound like a hot mess today. At least hot. It's not Epic Pen will never work. I unironically think Kramer is a better comedian than Louis C.K. Well, he hasn't jerked off onto anybody yet without their permission that we know of. I mean, I'm sure he has, but we don't know about it. I hear you loud and clear, JT Aquila. Yeah, the bid-ask spread's ridiculous right now. They have different rates of reliability at different time frames, Grant. But I think we have one on like the, was it like the 30? That might be too big of a range. We had a double bottom here, and then we ran up, but I guess we have one here. If you count after hours, that's gonna be like a little less reliable though. Yes, shorting. I still have 2 shares to buy. Not 11. Just 2. If you look at Wrecker, I think it might be a tasty pick. What's the thesis on it, Sonny? What do you got? Tell me about it. His extra chromosome told him so. I can't imagine that games and gains. It stings. We get used to it. Is he not going to give me any information on this stock? It's been fighting for $11 this past week. I think it's close to breaking through. Is it again? RK. REKR. Well, the volume sucks dick. That would be the first big issue. 800,000 traded. And it looks like it's on a run. Yeah, that resistance at 12 is going to be pretty important. Cross past that. Was that room to move? Oh, yeah. I mean, you got a ton of range to the upside potentially. Although I don't think the market values it that highly, you might be able to see a test. Like, if you can break, if it breaks 12, you have a pretty good shot at hitting like 15, maybe 17. Are they done with this yet? Why would I wear my hat backwards? What am I, 10? Would you ever use Elliott wave as a long-term indicator? That's where it's best, is using it as like a long-term trend indicator. VWAP disciple. That tends to be where the strength lies in Elliott waves. But no, I don't really use them for that very often. Occasionally I will if I can't get like a reliable signal off of something like ADX that's just more accurate. What do you think about Can? They make BTC mining machines, and crypto seems to be moving up. We'll see. Crypto will dump what everything else does. Did you read Elliott Wave New TT? Fucking of course not. What does it say? I want to know the predictions though, so I can find out when they're wrong. Check out Ellis ELYS. Ellis Game Tech. It's doing weird shit today. And yesterday. What is this? This is like some like esports company or something. Definitely need to break 650 for it to become interesting. Sports betting and gaming tech. I mean, I think some of the sports betting stuff will rip if more lockdowns start happening. But maybe. Interesting. Decent volume. Might not be a terrible play. Seriously? Is SPY coming down? No. Get the fuck out of here. Can I finally sell this fucking put? There we go. The spurt squeezing? Yep. It would appear that way. It's at least moving. I don't know if it's squeezing, but it might. GME moving directly inverse to it. I don't think there was a pump in the BOFH on Wells Fargo. It was just a dump. What's MOASS doing? Same shit. Interesting. Just a normal short attack. Yeah, it could be. I mean, the volume's kind of low, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Spy 1K end of week. They do have less shorting power than they used to have. It's very obvious if you go out to like the long term charts. Also, they really really need to hold 225 because of the gamma ramp. The open interest is kind of insane. Still think we could test 225 without getting 219 in the pre. Hard to say. On this volume, no. I think it'll be hard for us to break through 215. But if volume picks up, yeah, it's possible. We don't need a lot, just enough to get through resistances. I'm buying a fractional share to start MOASS. I don't know if that's going to work. I mean, they can only ignore it so much because it'll fuck their margin if they completely ignore it. BOFH. So they could delta hedge a little less, right? But if the price gets driven up anyway, that'll just destroy them so fast. So it's a big risk to leverage your margin against your hedge like that. Yeah, it was strategic. It always is, though, in the morning. There's multiple reasons for shorting it out of the gate. Oh, they hedge by strike, not by expiration date. Rock and Rando. Or both by their delta value. Do we have enough double bottom from yesterday with combined with the short? Um, yeah, we kind of do actually. It's not bad. But it's meaningless without volume, so 1.3 million FTDs on A5 be a significant issue. They were covered by the next day. That's a rolling total. Short attempts only drive down the IV on options. What are they thinking? I don't know. I do see it as some consolidating action, Winter, but it's gone on a bit long. Degenerative analogous networks, a virus that vibrates at high frequencies, read to cancel out other hedge fund trades on the infected stock. Thank you, Frebium, for your damn thesis. It's very interesting. Why are Thursdays and positive? Fridays rarely positive for GME market maker manipulation. Just like gap fills a little for the dummies in chat, not me, of course. Gap theory is kind of loose. It's essentially the idea is that a stock likes to trade at every price point um in the course of its like movement, and so if it gaps down or up, it will like seek to go back to that level and trade at those prices. I think that's the simplest way to explain it. On the daily flag for the last 7 days, like bearish. A bit, yeah. But it could also just be a continuation since it's dragged on for so long. We've consistently been trading more and more volume at higher and higher price points, but if you're trying to interpret that as like a like a flag that's gonna break down, it's really not. Flags are more of like a short term time scale kind of thing. We saw them forming before in that like ascending pattern, but that wasn't really flags. That was just upward price action followed by consolidation into the end of each week. There's a huge gap at 295. Well, maybe we'll fill it. Does it surprise you that we haven't moved up higher and quicker this cycle? A little bit, but there's a chance that like the ETF rebalance threw off yesterday's price action. So we'll see how the rest of the week plays out. What do you think about a stock split to increase buying pressure? I mean, it would. It would drastically increase the amount of volume we get every day. Can you talk a bit about the ability of market makers to Ratchet up IV to tamp down gamma squeezes. I mean, generally the market makers jumping IV on GameStop is an indicator that we're going to move soon. But I mean, that's the case on every stock. Also, the most of the gamma ramp's already in place, right? Most of it's out on like the 17th. No idea, Brad. Could have been like bad margin that was still on the like bad positions that were still on the books that had to be cleared out. What happens to options during a split? Well, if you have like an option, say it's like a 4-to-1 split, and you have an option contract going into that split, your contract would then be worth 400 shares. Wait, is Epic Pen working, or am I just... Oh, okay, it is. Is this price action due to Moonsham? No. Getting more and more obvious that we're all in the hands of Cohen and GameStop. I don't think that's the case at all. The earnings after hours on the 8th and T plus 35 on the 9th. T plus 35 from what, dude? T plus 35 from an arbitrary spike in FTDs in early August? I believe it becomes one option worth 400 shares. BOFH. Yeah, that one. That's the fucking FTDs were gone the next day. But they covered them the next day. It's a rolling total. So if there was like 1.5 million FTDs, and then the next day there were 300K, that means 800,000 FTDs were covered in that time frame. Or not 800, sorry, 1.2 million. It's 1.2 million. It absolutely could, Walford. I love how there's 4 people who come every day to dislike the stream. That's good for them. They probably watch it too. That's the best part. It's a general decline due to short attacks. How are FTDs reported? Are they self-reported like short interest? Is there some other method? I think they're reported by the lenders. Yeah, I do, Nation Tang. I have some short positions on TLT, the SPY, and calls on the SPXS. Well, not short positions, but puts. Like long puts. Or far out puts. I mean, I'm going to wait for some of today's price action to occur before I consider dumping them. But I'm getting pretty close. If you had to spare 10K, how would you play it? I'd probably look like at near the money options for, or just slightly out of the money options for like 917. What NFT news? I don't think there was any NFT news. That's true. HC Hawk. What if you had 10K? I had no idea how options work. I'd buy shares. Well, it's hard to say. We haven't ripped yet, Mads. It might just be a morning dip into sideways action all day. Yeah, I had my roof like collapsed. One part of my like roof collapsed. Tiger. So it was kind of a bitch. I'm pretty sure the roof of my building was like a fucking swimming pool. You live in the penthouse? I live on the top floor. I would not call my apartment a penthouse. Yeah, I have renter's insurance. I'm not worried about it. You still want to live in New York? I don't know. Not really, but this is where I live. It's not really my favorite place to live. Roof. Just the like it's spelled. I'm not sure, Noah. I have to go look. I'm not doing that, James. Follow up on protection positions. Why, how do you bet using SPXS, long calls, daily calls? Monthlies that I rotate on the SPXS Nation Tank. How are you a door? I don't have a doorman. I don't live in that kind of building. I wish. My rent would be significantly higher. Besides the tornadoes, Paul. Newport, Rhode Island's pretty cool. I like some of the houses there. Some of those old money mansions. I could live in some of those. They're not bad. They have grounds. I feel like having grounds is a very important part of owning a nice house. Not like California where your house is $10 million and your yard is like a 1 foot barrier between you and your neighbor's house. Which borough? Manhattan. Didn't you guys just experience like a massive amount of rain and flooding like not that long ago? Kaiser? What if it's different than mine? Does level 2 data change where VWAP can land? Yeah. Well, I'd say this is as bullish a reversal as we're going to get with no volume. Wow. My daily's getting downvoted like crazy today. What did I do? Do you think the MM are hedging options normally on GME? If not, what's the consequence? Well, I mean, the consequence would be if it ran. And no, I don't think they are. It would blow up their margin hard. Do you believe in the 40 million floor? I think it could hit that. Maybe maybe a couple shares could get sold that high. It's a reach, but it could happen. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just kind of highly improbable. There wasn't enough data science in the daily. What happened to all the volume? It's gone. Oh, I didn't pin my DD here. It's in the description. I fucking forgot to do it. There. I'm just getting attacked by the shills. Help. I don't know why my post is being downvoted. I love it when people do that to like try to like sensationalize their DDs. They're like, I don't understand why there's so many downvotes. Please help. The bots are attacking my post. Was that just like admitting that their post is garbage? How exactly does shorting further help them? It prevents them from getting blown up by the price going up. I mean, they've suppressed GameStop to a point where it's manageable, right? Obviously not as manageable as they like, otherwise the floor wouldn't keep rising, but manageable. And when the price goes up, that position becomes more unstable and carries higher and higher risk, right? And the more the price goes up, the more risk it carries. It's pretty simple. It sounds like something I would do, BOFH. Could this week just be a huge bull trap? I mean, they're trying to make it one. What the hell is pocket sanding? Sounds like a damn thing. My GME only portfolio is up about 20% year to date. Can I work in a hedge fund? No. You can get a job at a trading desk though if you can show like consistent portfolio growth over like a few years. Like they'll give you a shot. Have you ever never watched King of the Hill? Not really. I've watched a little bit of it, but not too much. I know it's the same guy who did Silicon Valley. That sounds like hype, egg spit. Inverted head and shoulders? I don't think so. Maybe. Like a little bit. I mean, it could lure in volume from like day traders, right? Once it peaks. Like if it comes down and like forms a peak, it could lure in volume from day traders, but they'll just sell here, right? So it's like it's not beneficial to the price improvement. Maybe. It's like a recliner formation. Yeah, I got rid of the Wells Fargo put. If you go and apply for a bank loan to buy a house and they ask for your occupation, tell them I'm a very popular YouTuber and social influencer with a massive religious following, and I like turtles. Interesting. No, I don't think my real account is affected. Secret DD looking less plausible now. No, but I do suspect that there was some. I did not know about the additional ETF rebalance that happened, or the index rebalance that happened earlier this week. So there's a possibility that they were able to cover some failures due to like the rotation from those ETFs. So if it went from the 1750 ETFs to the 450s, some shares might have been sold, which would explain where they're getting shares to borrow, and also the lack of upward price movement. So maybe a delay. I think the thesis is kind of just delayed a couple days until that. It wasn't a very big ETF rebalance, but it might have been enough for them to cover some ground. And we still ran past like the trend line yesterday. Just didn't hold it. And you know, when they start using Fidelity to short, they're getting pretty desperate. Especially historically, anytime they've used Fidelity to short, it's preceded a big run. So you think Tuesday will be the next climb? I mean, today's not looking super fucking terrible. It's just the volume's kind of low. The fact that we had a bullish reversal off 206, if we can climb back up and test at 215, we actually look pretty good going into the midday. Why is it a last resort? Well, because Fidelity cut off institutional borrowing months ago. So in order to short heavily with Fidelity, right, they've got to use like, they got to just like go fund like fucking retail margin accounts. As far as I know, Fidelity isn't lending institutionally any of the shares that are being borrowed. So if they want to borrow them, they have to borrow them on a standard like retail borrow contract. No behind the scenes, you know, share lender agreements. Fidelity doesn't have a higher borrow rate. It's just a less equitable contract. I mean, upwards of like 130,000 shares got borrowed yesterday from Fidelity, and that's not a fucking retail trader, right? Oh, I think Elliott waves don't work on fucking GameStop, and they never have. Shut up, Mr. Diggs. You want to be my friend? Then quiet. So your margin calls will be stricter on those counts. Then it's. I mean, they already returned them as of this morning. or at least returned them up to 1,000,000 shares. The problem with Fidelity is 1,000,000 is the max displayed value. So it'll say like 1+1,000,000, but we have no idea what that total actually is. So if it goes below that, it means they've borrowed some number of like we can only tell the difference between what's left and 1,000,000. But for all we know, they could have like 2,000,000 or 1.9. So they might be borrowing a lot more, and we can't really see that. Well, if you're using a retail account, the only thing you can provide is cash collateral, right? So if they're using, like, if they're not getting lent shares institutionally, they can only use cash for collateral for those shares. Whereas, like, if you're an institution, you can use cash or same as cash assets, which really opens up a lot of different things that you can use as collateral. Because you use like bonds, you can use swaps, futures, things like that. What's your plan for the 9-3 weeklies? See how today plays out, sell them, and roll them. All right, Silicon. Can you use Elliott waves? I know how. I don't. I mean, like, I'm not practiced at it, but I learned how to do them like way back when, and I think somewhere I fucking corrected some guy on his fucking Elliott waves. We got in a big fight about it, but um, no, I don't really use them very often. I don't think they're all that reliable. I know people who trade on them exclusively. They tend to work better on like more stable assets. Things like Apple and the SPY. Elliott waves tend to be much better trend prediction, but I don't think trading on them's a viable strategy at all. Especially like day trading. Swing trading on them, not so bad. Is YouTube slamming you with ads? All right. Well, looks like we're moving up. A little bit of consolidation, maybe entering like a nice breakout here. So give me a minute and I will be right back. Boom. All right. I mean, a little early, but yeah, there's definitely some day traders that would get out there. Is it far too simple and far less crime ridden than the GME situation? I mean, yes, but it's also not a bad example because of the share lockup. So VW squeezed really hard because all the shares were locked up. Thanks, A user. I appreciate that. How unbelievably unserious this all seems by the government in the US. Do you think they're aware of how bad they make themselves look by doing this? Never investing in the US again. I don't think they give a shit. When you like control all the world's money and then you have the like military to back that up, you don't fucking care. There's a reason that the like primary regulation agency for finance can only offer civil penalties. But the IRS has a criminal enforcement division. I'm being robbed. I bought calls on Wells Fargo and the option chain is broken. None are moving. Huh. Update it? Like refresh it, maybe? Drew? I just created Elliott waves in my bathtub. It looks like we're going to go all the way back down to 210. Ah, who's there? Are you able to turn your volume up a little? Uh, not really. I don't know if that helps. So is there really a million or not? I have no idea. Fidelity's like reporting on their shares to borrow is super fucking wonky and inaccurate. The hard to borrow thing is what keeps it from being borrowed institutionally, supposedly. Oh, I don't want to buy this shit. And this was in the right place. Should have moved it. Micro candle. Up is up. I don't give a shit. I don't really use fib, my good bean. I don't like it. I don't think it works very well. Similar to Elliott waves. Fib, I think, mostly works based on the fact that other people use it. YouTuber Cosmic Lightning Warrior is present in your chat. Giddy. Where? I don't see it. This is what you guys said about DFV the other day, and that was bullshit too. Something about knowing all the shorts this morning are now underwater. Interesting. Why is your pickle pleased? I wonder if you could find out how many shares Vanguard has available to borrow. No real significant reason. My pickle is easy to please. Thanks for thinking it's interesting. You're welcome, Jay Fresh. Vanguard uses actual paper shares. They're as close to doing that as you can feasibly get. Do you have any critical updates on Matt Kors being Rick of Spades? We need to know them before MOASS begins. I think the latest thesis was had something to do with like popcorn, or like I guess Matt had to get another job. This is I'll show you guys the latest evidence that I've been submitted on that front, because it is intriguing. So this is what we figured out. I'm not sure if he's working at an AMC or like an AMC themed strip club, or if this is just for like R/Diamond titties, but maybe it's from his OnlyFans. Scrubins, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over. Is this a bit? He might be Adam Aaron's pool boy. That's a theory I haven't heard, but I like it. This is real. That was a real photo. Just lathering melted butter on the silverback. Ugh. Imagine having to be in the same room with Adam Aaron. I'm new to the internet and believe every photo I see is real. Imagine being in a meeting with AA when he gets up to shake your hand, he isn't wearing pants. Oh, God. He's chairman of the board. Guy can't even put on fucking pants for a meeting. Chakuseki, make it happen. I think that was 100% staged. I don't think so. I think, like most people working from their 5-star hotel room, he just assumed he wouldn't have to wear pants for the meeting. Cat running up. Interesting. I already stop lossed out of my cat position, so I think I was up like 20%. It was not worth it. You think these new margin filings will make a difference? I mean, we'll have to see, right? I'm not counting on it. Pants only slow you down when you're fucking your investors. Oh, hey, DD. Well done. Do you take requests? For what? Can they stop it, Mr. Beakers? I think that's the real question. Everyone talks about them letting it happen, but I mean, ultimately, yeah, it's going to happen because there are counterparties, right? Counterparties that are getting fucked equally hard by the shorts attempting to carry this position. So it's not just in our best interest that MOASS happens. There are other interested parties, powerful, large parties. Other stocks. I'm Matt. What do you want to know about it? I think it's a pump and dump. It's running super hard today. Are you going to chase it? Maybe it retests 6. Maybe it doesn't. The options chain on it's kind of widely spread out. What resistance are you buying your 2 shares at? 225. No, that's fine, Mr. Beakers. I understand. I know you're not trying to spread FUD. Remind me of a wizard. Which one? Do I know him? I mean, yeah, it's a slow bleed. What it is mostly is compounding losses, right? The size of the short position, like the losses from the short position are compounding, right? So it's every day it's a little more than the day before. And then when the price goes up, it's a lot more than the day before. So a position that's sustainable at, 150, 165 is far less it's far less manageable at, 200 or 250. If you really want to make money on metamaterials, just buy a shitload of stock and sell cash secured puts and covered calls. Play that, like, just make money off the IV spikes. Go long on IV. As people FOMO into it, you can make money off them. I don't really have any. I don't think Matt's a very good play. I thought Spurt was a good play. That was right. um, but Matt, not so much. He said like 202 or something, Colden? I don't remember. Who gives a shit? Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that, dude. Okay, you have to understand if they're using capital to pump Apple and Amazon to increase the price there, they still have to spend capital to do that, right? So that's not like pumping a stock to maintain margin isn't a thing. Because you'd also be expending capital to pump that stock, thereby decreasing your margin. And like stocks like Amazon and Apple are not easy to pump. They have huge floats. Is spurt over? I don't know. Yeah, maybe as a long-term investment. I haven't done a lot of research on them, Nano. But I mean, as like a Wall Street bets pump and dump play, that's what it is, right? What did the Wall Street bets stock scanner say for today? Have they created their own stock scanner? I hope short for Edgeham's first no-no zone has lowered over time. It might have. I don't think so, but there. I mean, there is a thesis that that's possible. I don't think it's accurate. Nice deflection. Love it. What did I deflect to double down? What investments do you think are great post MOASS? I'm not going to tell you. Figure it out. I remember right in thinking when the short hedge funds realized there were no VW shares left, they closed their positions and thus squeeze. In Jimmy's case, they did nothing. I think Porsche announced that there were no shares left. And it was never announced on GameStop that there was 1% of shares left, right? Even though we have pretty convincing evidence that more than 100% of the float is owned, um, there is no, in fact, no proof, right? It was much easier with Porsche and like the Bavarian government or whatever it was because they were just like, hey, we own all the stock, so you guys kind of need to cover. Are you expecting DFE to tweet today because he didn't yesterday? No. My next DFV tweet prediction would be Monday. Yeah, the catalysts aren't really the same. No one's getting arrested, Jets fan. I think the most likely cause of MOASS will be the shorts having to cover and the wide bid ass spread and a gamma ramp fucking them in the ass when they go to do that. Is that like calling Uno? No, I don't. Phoenix Fire. DFE has T+2 to tweet. Yeah. Or not Monday, Tuesday. Market, yeah. Monday the market's closed. But that's still T+2, so it's accurate. All right, so we broke down from the trend. So we can see if we bounce here. We don't really test. Or we're just going to get a head and shoulders. Hmm. Damn it. It's like this morning. Did your neighborhood flood last night? My house did. I did tweet when DFE didn't. What do you mean? I tweeted last night. It's T+2 from today, which is Tuesday. But yeah, T+2 from Friday is Wednesday. No, I think that was just the market price when they filed. Was that the market price when they filed the 13F? Or like average cost of holdings, common sense? Yeah, there's just a hole in my roof. It's like the size of like a fist. It was a big fucking mess. Ain't no tweet on my Twitter. definitely is. Yeah, there is. It's because you have to go to tweets and replies. Because I added. We're watching Girk's life slowly fall apart between roof decay, failure to pay his electric bill, his commitment to holding Jimmy as commendable. Why are you going to invest in Burke when Buffett dies? Because their holdings aren't going to change, right? He doesn't run day-to-day shit anymore anyway. They're still going to own like 10% of every company in America. But the sentiment will tank the stock price for a brief period of time. I hope. Or maybe not. It'd be like selling Apple when Jobs died. That would have been fucking stupid, right? But people did it. I'm glad you feel a connection there, Lugs. What happens when margin calls go out on a day that the market is closed coming Monday? Why would they go out on a day that the market's closed? Everyone's at home in the Hamptons at that time. No one's issuing any margin calls. They issue them Friday. Okay, so it looks like we're maybe bouncing on the 60 EMA. Jimmy tracking VIX pretty closely today. That's all in your head. Guybrush from MOASS. I mean, maybe. Every day, more and more, I think about the possibility that I've gone insane and I just spend all day talking to a computer that's not even turned on. Could you look at the 5-minute and tell me you see something bullish? I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It kind of looks very similar to the 1 minute. This isn't a bull flag, all right? Just like it's just we had a reversal. We came up. We're consolidating right now, hopefully into a bounce or not. I don't care what's actually there. I just want you to make me feel good. I haven't bought the shares yet. I'm buying them at the resistance. We haven't hit irrelevant resistance yet. Did that guy whose options weren't moving on Wells Fargo start moving yet? No, they're still broken. What strikes do you have? Ichimoku tool. You mean Ichimoku cloud? It's just multiple. It's essentially equivalent to having multiple indicators open at the same time. But it's supposed to be. It's supposed to predict or interpret forward movement. It's weird. It's probably best people don't use it. It's complicated and throws a lot of false signals. I wouldn't start digging into it, Mark, until you learn more of the basics on like how oscillators work and, how you can use them to indicate future movement. It does work better on longer time frames. But basically everything does. Be a DFE tweet. I'm working on it. Not sure if you saw the news, but Philly got slammed by flooding. I mean, all of the Northeast did. I was wondering where you got your hat. Oh, someone sent it to me. A friend of mine who does like he makes like hats and shirts and shit. Watched the trade spotting collab you posted. Now questioning my 100 shares of AMC. Oh yeah, for anybody that was YouTube like deleted the original trade spotting video, but I reposted the recording that I had. My friend has like a graphic design studio, and he sent me the hat because he wants me to make t-shirts and hats with him. And I was like, I don't want to sell merch. And he was like, you're an idiot. And that was pretty much the entire conversation. You can be the new Stussy. You know what? If you guys want to go buy clothes, go buy fucking clothes. If you want to trade stocks, hang out here. I'm sure someone will buy one of them. Tom. It's pronounced Stussy. I don't give a shit. I DM'd you a TA question. Is it TA to use the descending trend to pick a point on VWAP for the stock to bounce for a new parallel ascending trend? You could go out to a further time scale. Like that. God, I hate how WeBull does that. Why does it have to reflect the trend lines in different places? Go to the 15-minute and draw it. the 5. Yeah, I mean, you can form it. You could just form a new trend from here, from the point it bounces at. Dr. K, since it fell through that first one that was, so really just the angle has changed, right? Like the slope. This is a more aggressive uptrend, and then it broke down, and then you have a less aggressive uptrend. For the intraday. There's a longer term trend that supports this, but WeBull's terrible at displaying like 15-minute trend lines in the appropriate position on the 1-minute time scale. It'll just like move them wherever it wants arbitrarily. Yeah, no problem, dude. I could do it on TradingView, maybe, except the price action's 15 minutes behind. What about those holding GME? Can they hang out here? Because we don't actually trade. I mean, you're in a giant swing trade, essentially. Unless you're just holding it forever, Mikas. But yes, GME long-term investors are also welcome here. I think the mold is picked up today. I need to move. I'm tired of this fucking place. I thought it was pussy. No, I don't. Trade Danger Dan. It's something I want to learn more about, though. I just don't have the like programming background. Would you say that we're swingers? Have you considered becoming a bubble boy? I mean, I pretty much am. Rank the states in order of where you would not want to live. Alaska's out. That would be the first one. Anywhere in the southeast, like south of Virginia, I wouldn't live. Most of the Midwest outside of major cities. And I really don't ever want to live in Southern California again. I said none of the southeast. So from Virginia down to Florida over to Texas, I don't want to live in anywhere in that area. Detroit is nice. It's not what I've heard. The suburbs of Detroit are nice. Don't move so you can keep saying you're streaming live from your Manhattan penthouse. Oh, like that other guy who streams live from the lobbies of 5-star hotels. That's gotta be weird as a hotel employee. Just being like, why is this guy here? It's not as bad on TradingView, DVS. I don't have a margin account with Fidelity to do that, Trace. I guess I could open one, but it's like a lot of effort. And then I'd have to what, short Jimmy, which is like the stupidest fucking thing I could think of. It's not completely out of left field. I expected us to consolidate into the end of the week. I expected our run to hold a higher price point though. Like we moved the way I predicted, it's just we didn't stay there, which was kind of the issue. Living in DC or Chicago? I'm not a huge fan of either one. Maybe like Annapolis. I would love to visit Greece. I never have. Roanoke? Eh. I've been there a bunch of times. It's not my favorite. What's the biggest mistake we can make during MOASS? Paper handing. Why is there no action this close to earnings? That's a good question. No, it's just a trend line that's not really supporting anything. Charleston in North Carolina? If I lived it, if I were to move to North Carolina, maybe like coastal North Carolina, but I wouldn't want to live inland. Sam G, thank you so much for upgrading to Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
And this is why you don't use trend lines on the intraday with GameStop, because it just fucking chops for such long periods of time with no volume. Think we'll reach 300 plus this cycle? I don't know. What is there in Annapolis besides the Naval Academy? I have no idea. It's just a cool looking city. I'm sure they have like food and stuff. Of all the places that you could live in a castle, Bob Lewis, why Pittsburgh? Wouldn't 300 plus risk a FOMO storm? It helps. Cost of living, my friend. Sell for more money during MOASS, Bob. It's simple. The Lord of Pittsburgh on his steak farm. Sorry, Kirk, credits down. Gotta go Gangnam style. Jesus. So when are you moving to Philly? Well, it's had a nice bath now, so it's looking more promising. Is Southern hospitality still a thing? Yeah, people in the South are still super fucking nosy. Please help my writing career get off the ground. That is correct, Conrad. Do you think I'll ever learn to buy spy calls, or do you think emotionally I'm incapable of it and will continue to lose money on puts? It's hard to say. Maybe you'll start to straddle it, and then you'll learn. Yeah, Nebraska's cool if you like corn a lot. I've thought about Seattle, but it always seems like it'd be gross. Isn't Potomac on the other side of DC? Yeah, the eastern shore of Maryland's nice. I know a guy who has a fucking crazy house down there. I'm in New York. Tacoma or Renton? I mean, traffic's not good in any city. Especially since like Uber and Lyft, it's gotten much worse everywhere outside of the Beltway. I've never spent a lot of time down there. I know it's humid and it gets hot as fuck in the summer. The real question is how many luxury homes is too many luxury homes? It's a good question. Probably, well, for tax purposes in the US, you want one in like Texas or Arizona, right? And then you probably want like homes in California and New York City. And then, you know, if you're inclined, Miami. Um, and then maybe like one or two abroad, maybe like London, Singapore. That seems like enough coverage. Colorado. Well, you need one in Arizona or Texas because of their state taxes. So you want to be like a full-time resident in one of those two states. Yeah, you Seoul, Tokyo, Singapore, whichever one you want. Don't buy Miami now. Wait for the crash. Didn't that already happen? Sorry, it's too soon. I know. What percentage of net worth should real estate be? It depends on how much your net worth is. Arizona has state taxes? I thought they didn't. I thought they had no income or capital gains. Let's move to Rancho Cucamonga and get lifted trucks and drink Monster Energy together. Oh, dude, that'll be awesome. We could go out to the. Where's that fucking place in the desert that all the dickheads hang out at all summer? Oh, I can't remember. I went there once too. No, not Glamis. Havasu. Yeah. No, not Palm Springs. Havasu. We can go out to Havasu and just like, just have like a big homoerotic man vacation and get skin cancer. It'll be really cool. Definitely gonna get some Del Taco, bro. You'd have to quit the vape and start chew. Ah, true. You have to pay state and local taxes on purchases made in Arizona, but I'm talking about income tax and capital gains tax. Greg M. I don't think they have either one in Arizona, right? Or Nevada. One of them. What are the fucking one of those dry ass hot states? Just pick one. It's the only incentive for living there. That's how they get people to come in. New Hampshire has no capital gains tax, but I think they have income tax, don't they? New Hampshire's ridiculously expensive for a place that's just freezing fucking cold half the year. Yeah, I know Texas doesn't. I said Texas. What size shirt are you? I'll get you a No Fear tank top. Dude, come on, No Fear is so 1990s. I need a tap out one. Tap out tank tops with affliction jean shorts. The sales tax in Texas is pretty high. How high is it? I think it's 9.75 where I'm at. I think Texas is full. Spoken like a Texan. Of course, DC is 8.25. That's not that bad. Okay, so Supreme tank top. I don't know. I don't follow fashion. Ed Hardy. I mean, 90s fashion will come back. It's inevitable. Much like high waisted jeans. I want to live long enough to see Jinkos become popular again. Then I'll have completed a full cycle of living. Want a puka shell necklace? Is there any other way? No license to carry guns in Texas. That doesn't sound like an incentive to me for living there. Well, the first thing I'm gonna do is buy some Jenkos. That's my first after MOASS purchase. Is I'm gonna buy 10 pairs of vintage Jenkos, and that's all I'm gonna wear. Oh, and Osiris D3 shoes. And the finest chain wallet that Louis Vuitton will manufacture me. I'm gonna buy some AirPods. Just what Apple needs, more money. We separated at birth. Somebody screenshot Vince's bet. 216.69 end of day, or I drink OJ with toothpaste. You do realize if we close above that price, Vince, you're still gonna have to drink OJ with toothpaste, right? You should have worded that better. Theoretically, will MOASS coincide with a major dip in the markets? Probably. Apple will soon take over the tech business. No, they won't. They don't produce any tech. They just make shiny shit covered in aluminum. And like one mediocre processor. Yeah, you could live in Jackson Hole with the rest of the billionaires. But I think, but of those states, Cat Talk, which ones have no capital gains tax? Which is far more important if you're rich than income tax. Mediocre is a stretch. Spoke like someone who doesn't and hasn't really used any Apple products. I have. I don't, but I have. I feel shame because I grew up in OC and all of this was standard issue uniforms as a child. My parents gave me frosted tip spike hair in second grade. They're getting put in a home one day. Yeah, I know. Texas has no cap gains and no income taxes. So wherever there's an overlap, those are the best places to be a full-time resident. You don't actually have to live there. Which hellish landscape do you pick? The 500K home in New York has 20K in property taxes. So it's like, I mean, it's just relative, right? Like Texas's property taxes are probably high for Texas. Yeah, there's 500K homes in New York if you move upstate somewhere where there's not stuff. You can move to Buffalo. You can move to Puerto Rico and dodge federal capital gains tax. If you're doing rich right, then that is not the case. Tig Dan. A tax savings of, 15% a year could mean millions of dollars. Well, that's why you keep your jet there, mass spectrometer. So, if there's like a storm coming, you just fly out. I don't know if property taxes are that high in Buffalo. I have no idea what property taxes are in Buffalo. I know the houses are that expensive. The people I know that live in Puerto Rico live in like compounds with security. And I don't think the crime in Puerto Rico is any that much worse than any like major US city. Kirk stream after MOASS. You idiots. Riching correctly. Yes, the Rust Belt Renaissance. Emission nocturnal. Everything outside of New York City is upstate New York. If it's not the Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, Long Island, Brooklyn, then it's upstate. Oh man, you're wrestling some jimmies. I always do. It's a good time. I gotta keep it interesting, right? Westchester's upstate. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. What the fuck is it then? The Hudson Valley? New York geographer? Oh, awesome, David. Where are you gonna eat? I recommend Scars or La Industry in Brooklyn. Excellent pizza, both of them. People get so mad that anyone can have an opinion different than their own, and it's funny as fuck. It is. Sometimes I like to say sensational shit and then just see how the chat reacts. You're going to San Francisco. Gross. Scars in Chinatown's dip. Yeah, it's really good. No, they don't have fucking pineapples. Although I think La Industry has like a pear and gorgonzola with caramelized onion pizza. That's more acceptable. Douchey, but acceptable. Like your unreasonable hatred of air fryers. It's just a fucking convection oven. It's like a tiny convection oven that you put on your countertop. You could get that like little steam toaster oven instead. It's way better. Appreciate you, sir. Thanks, Han. All right, David. I didn't think you were that unreasonable. Monaco is a great place to live. It's expensive as fuck, though. Anything I should know about today so far? Not really. All of our price action has returned us to neutral. I'll be going to New York Post Office to try Pickles pizza picks. Can you TA Bed Bath and Beyond? I mean, it looks like it's doing what GameStop should be doing. It's holding the trend, but it's leveling off. It'll probably, if the volume persists at this rate, it'll probably like dip into the end of the day and then bounce. So watch for that if you're in it. You're probably nearing a peak. It'll either break out of this trend to the upside soon, or it's gonna just trade sideways and then maybe down. You can sous vide eggs too. That's even better. Did someone say fickle? What's a DN pickle? It's nuts. It's funny how we don't get any new members when the price is flat. That's not true. We got some members this morning, I think. Yeah, a couple at least. But yeah, membership FOMO is definitely completely tied to the trading price of GameStop. As is viewership. You know what else you can do, Nicole, to hard boil eggs? You can just put them in boiling water. Everyone relax. We're still not trading above where we opened the fucking day at. Also, hard-boiled eggs are boiling water. You caveman. I know, right? Volume is up. Used to average around 1,000 viewers. Now it's 1,300. I never pay attention to any of that. How many viewers do we have? We have like 1,200 people in here. Thank you guys. It's really nice of you. Drop a like and a subscribe for stuff. It's nice to do. Which do you think is easier? They're equally the same. How hard is it to put water in a pot, Nicole? I want to know how hard it is to clean a broken egg out of a fucking air fryer. Oh, Jesus. I just throw it out. What are your top 3 favorite restaurants in New York City across any cuisines? La Industry, Per Se, and Old Homestead. Does YouTube provide you with metrics on your channel at all? Yeah, but I don't read them. I'm not gonna go chase YouTube's algorithm around and let it dictate my life. Otherwise, I'd just cave into all your guys' demands and I'd be nice to you. Do the white bread thing like Matt Kors. Like, I don't, no violence. I can't do that. So I already know ultimately I've set myself up to fail. Driving from Yonkers to Maryland today. Where should I eat? I have no idea. The wheat to Matt Kors white. Did you say something to make people mad? I can't remember when you had this few viewers midday. Oh, I like shit on a whole bunch of states. I think some people might have gotten upset. And then everyone got into like this whole like, no, my state has better taxes than your state does thing. And that was funny for a minute. And then we were talking about pizza for a bit. That usually gets rid of a few viewers. You're too big to fail. You're a YouTube star. I don't think so. Based on my subscriber count, that is not the fucking case. He doesn't have any opinions, Chakuseki. He doesn't even know whether to go short or long on Tesla. Matt Kors is true neutral. And stupid people eat that shit up. Oh yeah, yesterday I started with the small dog owners thing. Which was just really me dissing Crayons, but I'm in like third place, I think, for cap gains for the worst states to live in. Just look at Dr. Disrespect. No one is too big to fail. Did he fail? I have no idea where here is. He's coughing out. If the place you're living in offers Detroit style pizza, that's probably the better of the two. Qualify as a cult of VWAP. Everyone is leaving Twitch, all the big name streamers. Where are they going? You guys are saying like Dr. Disrespect has like failed or something, but isn't he like a multi-millionaire? Like it sounds like he's already won. Thanks, Quake. I appreciate that. Insert motivational thank you. So Pickles, thoughts on Elliott Waves guy? Good guy or bonkers? Little bonkers, but mostly just like inexperienced, I think. Like how could you do Elliott Waves effectively and not know any other TA? It would become pretty apparent after, like the first few weeks that Elliott Waves weren't working on the stock and that you should probably be using something else. Are you a millionaire too, Gurk? No. It doesn't he like like wasn't Dr. Disrespect streaming like once a month for like a couple 100,000 per stream or some ridiculous shit? Is there any situation where you hold your DTEs until tomorrow? If they go in the money hard, he's like a streamer, like a big streamer. Jeff G. I've never actually watched him, but I know who he is. I mean, I just assume that anytime we have like upward price action, that like everyone comes out of the woodwork and starts writing DD and acting like they predicted it all along. So when the price was down, he just disappeared so people would forget that his predictions were literally wrong every single fucking time. We're on pace for our lowest volume day in 2 weeks. It's pretty low. We're at like a million. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I feel like it's been a minute. You were in the January mini squeeze. It was a gamma squeeze, but when did you realize that wasn't the real squeeze? Oh, when they cut off buying and stopped FOMO in its tracks. It was pretty obvious at that point that they were covering their asses, right? try to protect their position because it would have gone so much higher. I mean, nobody really knew at the time that it could, that it, like, no one understood the extent of the short position on GameStop in January. Not nearly the way we do now, but they did. And all the time I've done this, I've never seen such egregious crime committed so publicly. Can't be wrong if you predict in every direction. It's true. But has he predicted left yet? How high do you think it would have gone in January? If they hadn't cut off the FOMO, it would have MOASSed. That's why we're just stuck in MOASS ever since then. We're sitting up here in this giant bull flag. Ah. See? Got to break to the upside eventually, right? The pressure's all built up. It needs release. I don't care about the crime. I just want to get paid. I've never, I mean, sure, if some hedge funds go down, awesome. I doubt anyone will go to jail. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in that side of the system. The short position is trapped. And the price keeps going up. Long term, the price is just continually rising, right? Like, we might trade within that ascending channel, but the channel has ultimately been ascending ever since February. What's my floor? Somewhere between Buffett and Bezos. Except that Swiss guy. Yeah, some Credit Suisse guy will end up in prison, but just for like 2 years, and he'll get a nice payout for his family while he's in there. I would I would have that kind of money long before $1 billion a share. Bez- Bezos and Musk are interchangeable. Whoever's richer that day. I think the Credit Suisse guy who went to jail in '08 was in the U.S. Honest question, Gherkin. Do you ever find yourself in a pickle? Constantly. Shorting, returned to like 215, kind of didn't cross over. Now we're just like slumping a bit. Did you get a chance to read the DD on Brazil revelations that was just posted yesterday? No. I mean, most of the time, the federal, like, white collar prisons are full, so they just get house arrest. They don't even actually go to prison. They get their assets that they haven't smuggled away into other countries seized, but yeah, as soon as they get out, they can start getting back their money. No, my hair is super long. I haven't cut it for like a year and a half, 2 years almost. Paul Rudd has entered the chat. Look at us. I don't know, Grizz. What dollar amount would get you jump off the stream? I'm gonna stay on the stream until I think forced liquidations are occurring. That'll probably happen somewhere between like $1,000 and $4,000 a share. Still waiting for a move. I'll probably roll or close them by the end of today. But the upward movement we've had so far has offset a bit of the theta for today, so I'll let it run a little longer. No, Bernie Madoff stole from rich people. It was a big no-no. I don't think they'd be able to. Imagine the margin required to short the stock at $1,000 a share in any notable way. So yeah, I don't really think that if it hits 1,000, they can fake crash it. I think we'll have a lot of volatility, but they're not gonna like crash it down to like 100 or something. Oh wow, that's the difference. He stole from the rich. Yeah, if you like scam the public, that's fine, right? Or if you steal from the poor, that's also fine. But if you directly target the rich, like Belfort or Madoff, then you're going to fucking jail. Like hard jail time. What tricks do you think hedge funds have left? Shitloads of money, power, and influence. Could someone short at the peak of MOASS for guaranteed tendies? No. I mean, you could try to buy puts, but the IV is going to be astronomical. That is why he went to jail. Yeah, I kind of think that's how it'll go down, K9. CDFs? Conrad Thompson? I don't think that would have an effect on the underlying. Also, no one would sell you the contract. I mean, Belfort stole from the middle class and the rich, but he preyed on the middle class, selling them shitty pink sheet stocks that he was pump and dumping. You're not going to be able to trade swaps as a retail investor. Hey, user, are you talking about the thing where, like, they sold some of their assets under management? Why do some people like Belfort but they hate Kenny? It's so dumb. People idolizing him. I didn't realize people were idolizing Jordan Belfort. I think it's because he kind of like fucked the system, and people like that anti-hero and all that. Whale teeth are not fud. Gherkin's sister. Hit 1 million volume. We hit it a little while ago. Hmm. Yeah, we're trading it exactly neutral. But it says we're down a penny. So I guess we need to go up to 212.97, which isn't possible because the bid ask is almost $1. What the fuck? Schlicked? What's schlicked? Sears? Why the fuck you? Sears is out of business. Why would I have thoughts on that? Are you talking about the like price action in January? I haven't really looked into that. It's irrelevant. Could have to do with things like their bankruptcies, settlements, stuff like that. I have no idea. There's too many loose ends there to probably figure it out anyway. You're not gonna be able to trade them at the price that they're worth, Chris Murillo, because of implied volatility. But you'll be able to sell them like close to whatever the bid is, most likely. The biggest problem with options contracts in the peaks is you have to sell 100 shares at once. I mean, maybe there was a short position on those assets. I have no idea. Do you always use Hinkanashi candles? Yeah, pretty much. There are occasions where I'll switch candlesticks, but rarely. It makes them worth more, but it doesn't make people willing to pay more. Sethwan. Senthwan? Senthujan? I don't know how to pronounce that. Basket of meme swaps. I don't think it's swaps. I don't think that's the reason. You know, there's other derivatives besides swaps. I fucking love this stonk. Praise VWAP. This is the way. I'm checking into all delisted on January 27th. That sounds like a huge waste of time. Have fun. Swaps aren't that good to hide. There's better derivatives to hide. Swaps are two parties. There's a trade that occurs. Even if the CFTC doesn't release the information on them this year, it's irrelevant, right? It still wouldn't be the best place to hide stuff. A whopping 0.75%. No, I think we'll break through the resistance line. Ever increasing resistance line, Ray G? It's not decreasing, it's increasing. He tips on staying chill when the price starts to jump thousands at a time and constantly halting. Walk away. Follow your plan. Write it down. Remember that it's probably not enough. And wait for more. Is 215's the new 225? No, we just don't have any volume. I don't think 215's that hard of a resistance to break. I do expect another test of 300. I don't know about 350, but I do expect another high test. I don't think the ETF rebalancing has stopped it, possibly slowed it by a day or so. Maybe 2 days because of our low volume. There's still a fat ramp. Most of the ramp, Carl, is out on the 17th. If you look at open interest for the 17th, it's getting built up weekly. But a lot of it's out on quad witching. You see a situation where you would be selling shares on day one of MOASS if the technical indicators were there? Unlikely. It would take too long to get to the parts of the. I think it would take too long to get to the parts of the squeeze where I would be paying attention to the technical indicators. Like forced liquidation's probably not going to be super quick. The run up to it might be. We test 225 by end of day tomorrow. Maybe. I'm more interested if we can test 225 today. I don't want to take over the world. It'll depend on volume, Silver Reserve. Just YOLO'd my kidney. Wish me luck. Money can buy most things. Be cool. The things it can't buy, I'm not sure I want. Happiness. Money can definitely buy happiness. It just depends on your version of it. That's true. Jet skis can be bought with money. Very hard to be sat on a jet ski. That's correct. We haven't broken the pennant, AM. What pennant? What are you referring to? Pennants are like a short term, like generally a short term thing. You have wedges. You're talking about wedge? Some sort of wedge? We haven't broken it. I don't know, Sleepy Chicken. I just don't know. I'll figure it out when it happens. It's very possible to be wet on a jet ski, though. Wet AF. We have 2 AMs. They need to change. There was a pennant on the 1-day chart I was tracking. It's broke now, but we didn't pass 227 to confirm it, so it failed. We passed 227 yesterday. You mean we didn't hold? Be honest, you wearing pants? I am. It's very cold in my room, so it'd be hard not to. What languages can you speak fluently? None. I used to be able to speak Italian when I was younger, but I've forgotten most of it. If not all of it. No, I don't speak English either. I mean, they asked for fluency. Very good, Sir Pickle. Thanks, Gabe. Pop it a boopy. It's racist. Okay, B-diz, that's a French word and then an Italian word. Are you telling us it's your secret since it's less people here? No. The baby is something. Okay. I don't speak pig Latin either. Do I want to draw Pickles right now? I don't know. Pickles' older brother. We're getting a Pickle, I think. Just a little anime thing. Favasu Folk. Working on the underwear. Calm down. Is that RISD degree really paying off? Lou Fermento. I feel like you might actually need like an extra finger. Making it an emoji. There's no bulge. Pickles are genderless. If you have a pickle with a bulge, throw it out. And much like other dudes of this stature and size, the bulge is hard to decipher. This isn't Rule 34 Pickles, Grizz. Still diamond handing this 215. Schwartz and Kirk. His elbow muscle looks scary. I'm glad you like it, Hartley. That is his weenus. Well, the weenus is the skin on the elbow. How do you draw a triangle on a here? Looking bullish. If we break out, you're a genius. JB, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, dude. I appreciate that. Oh, guys, don't forget, it's today Thursday? Yeah. I'll put up the stream for this weekend for the members only stream on the community tab. So check that out maybe tomorrow and set a reminder. I believe that's known as the bullshit triangle. Bullishest? Well, someone wanted me to draw a triangle on a straight line. I didn't know how to do it. Vortex data is bullshit, Jason Baumer. Stop paying them your hard-earned money. Or stop watching Matt Kors. However you're getting your Vortex data. I mean, I'm waiting for movement. I have 225s. I don't have 217s. But I don't know. It's like fruit and mint or something. Brian. What an ego. I thought pickles were gender neutral. They are. Are you saying women can't have muscles, Bob? That's fucking sexist. Quit with the microaggressions, Bob. Okay, but my pickle is a girl because she's worried she's pregnant. Pickles reproduce asexually, and so it's not just girl pickles that can get pregnant because there are no girl pickles. They just have to be anointed by the Dans. Bob just got himself canceled. feel like you've been anointed by at least one tan hand banana. If not, I know of one that gladly would. No. Well, then how did you get pregnant? Sometimes you got to throw the markets a curveball, you know? Pyramid power plus VWAP. And we're trading above VWAP. You're blowing my mind right now. Yeah, VWAP's down at 211. Guybrush could take down that pickle. AMC on a rip up 2%. What's wrong with you? They probably own AMC. Is your normal routine messed up, and or is your building's basement full of water? I don't know if my basement's full of water, but my roof was a pool last night. How old is my building? Uh, like late 1800s, I think. Maybe I need to draw a bigger triangle. Maybe this one was too limiting. Maybe like a right triangle. That looks more bullish. Do I part my hair in the middle? Not intentionally. Essentially, Dominic, but it's more complicated than that. This is the kind of DD that Super Stonk would love. Or they like triangles, so can you draw triangles inside your triangles? We could. How about a rhombus? Is this a pennant? Oh, you know what we could do? Here, let's do one of these. These are fun. It's a fib. It's a wild Fibonacci. Cosmic chartology. See, and then we could draw like a fork through it. Oh, you know what? WeBull probably just has these. There we go. Oh, they go backwards. It's all wrong. Why does that anchor like that? You do a Don Cheadle channel. What are forks even used for? Eating. They're a utensil. Forks are also used for fending off the Dans. It seems like a decent use of them. It's breaking out of the fork. How often do forks break up? It's hard to break a fork. You can bend one. Maybe we need to use the runic summonings. The runic glory. Just like some things, right? You see with that runic glory. Oh no. Watching the end of Interstellar here. Could you quickly show us what people do when they put fib lines on the chart? No. You've got some fib lines on the chart. Is this a channel where you put up their actual technical analysis or a joke? I think I missed something. It's a joke. It's a type of technical analysis, but it's also a joke. It's just a prank, bro. I mean, I'm alive, but my apartment like got saturated last night. Not yet, Walford. Can you look at any, please? There's no next spurt, right? Like this is it's just like a stupid way to chase stocks, Victor. Spurt had a very unique set of conditions. I'll check any out, but I'm not going to do it right now. If you want to go steal money from retail FOMO and possibly end up a bag holder, go ahead. I feel like every stock stream has that one guy that like just jumps in and he's like, yo, this ticker right now. I wasn't hurt by Spurt. I made money. Kind of waiting for it to do something, Sebastian. Was that a margin call at 1? No. You can use FinViz. And the fib trends failed. Use that fib thing to. That sounds awesome. Your finest work yet. Maybe. Doesn't just look like it's gonna bleed for the rest of the day. It might. Make your own decisions with your own options, Sebastian. And I'll make my decisions with mine. Stop waiting for me to make a move on my 225s. I don't care if I lose them. They could go to 0 for all I give a shit. Might have been Bo Bandy. You're his sensei. Hypothetically, if your name was Sebastian, how would you handle options? Well, first off, I'd make people call me Sebi. I don't know if I have any plans after that. Implications of a short week for options next week. They're cheaper. Maybe it needs to be more green. Have a more green color? I have lame greens. There's a shitload of money on the 17th classical. I've already drawn that pickle. Cancer. There we go. Options are not for diamond handing, okay? Tell me how to draw my channels, David. Buy short, buy short. Seriously? This is fucking ridiculous. Could have used that advice on Tuesday. I don't know about you, but the ridiculousness of their shorts this week has me pretty jacked. Sam. Are they scared of it popping at earnings? Maybe. Is this Elliott waves? Something like that. All right, now we'll take the cap off. Just let it rip. Well, this is the beauty of Elliott waves and fib. If you draw like 55 lines, one of them will be right. So you're supposed to put it like this. Uno reversed. I mean, I think these go out kind of far. No, they don't. I think they're trying to keep the price low to shake off option rolls. I agree. But most of them would have rolled yesterday at 230. I don't think they shorted it fast enough for them to not have rolled any. Pitchforks for MOASS. Could be. Clausen boss. You the Elliott wave guy? Who's Elliott? Why are his waves always wrong? Because no matter what, people will latch on to shit that looks shiny. Get a perm again? No. Stop talking about shares to borrow as ammo. It's, it's not ammo. No, they're not going to conserve some. They're going to do everything they can to keep the price from getting there because then they can't do shit at that point. God. What are your thoughts on Trey and his trades? I'm not getting frosted tips either, Darth Dan. Cardinals of Pickles and View Up. How's this? If we close above 3K, I'll get frosted tips, Haxa. Mods. No, not whenever. Today. I said today. If we close above 3K today, I'll get frosted tips. I did say today. You can rewind it. I did. Three K better be on the end of day pool. This is a setup from the start. Fine. Well, it's obviously today. I'm not gonna fucking give you guys theta on the bet. No. We could close at 10 million a share and I wouldn't eat fucking pineapple pizza. Frosted nips. So if MOASS was assured upon eating pineapple pizza, you wouldn't do it. No. I don't, I don't think gaps need to be filled. Whoever's claiming that's full of shit. None that I like. Sometimes exuberance is rational. They don't even fill 91% of the time. Not even close. Look at the first part of your sentence, a Steve, and then consider the other half. Mathematically impossible not to. I saw a YouTube video once where some guy who was like selling like a trading course was trying to explain gaps like you can't have 2 plus 2 and have it equal 3. Eventually the 1 will have to be added. That was the best one I've ever heard. How much to get Carl on stream? Wine and all. Paying for this because I need to know. I'm not streaming with other people. I have a very small room here. Also, Carl lives like hundreds of miles away from me. Just take Carl's own advice. Would Carl do this? If the answer is yes, you probably shouldn't do it. I don't like using the term shill, but I think that is someone just trying to make the sub look really dumb. MMTR? MTTR? What the fuck is this? Some mining company? Oh, Matterport. I think we've gone over this before, right? It looks like it's going up. It looks good. If we can break just a little higher at like if we can break 18, you're set for like a nice price improvement. But I'd watch that turnaround. It's failed that resistance before. I would cross an ocean for you. You wouldn't have to. No, that's unacceptable. Han. No problem, Herva. Can I give you my account info and trade MOASS for me, please? Moonwind, if you give me your account info, I'm transferring all your shares to my account. Spoken like a true gamer. If anything, just to keep them safe from you. Oh, fucking Moonwind gets bashed so hard. You never should have told us about your hood puts. I'll pay you in hood puts. Not worth it. I can't have live alcohol consumption on the stream, Pickle Union President. Sorry. I know we've had some corrupt dealings in the past, but are you a silver fox, Sofa King? I can't wait. I'm gonna take so much HDH when I hit 50 that I look like I'm 24. Like Hugh Jackman. Old face, 24-year-old body. Is Silver Fox the new membership level? HGH? HG. GG. H. Human growth hormone. Live on members only stream. I can't do it on there either. What about GHB? That's for other stuff. Is that how Jennifer Aniston stays so hot? Eh. Do you have any fun plans for Labor Day weekend? I'm excited that I actually get a day off. On 3-day weekends, I get 1 day off. It's very exciting for me. Because like I do the members only stream on Saturday. Then I'm off Sunday. And then Monday, I get to do the DD. If all it takes is money to get access to the fountain of youth, why do you suppose these hedge fund CEOs don't partake? Who said they don't? Have you seen Kenneth Griffin? He looks like a 12-year-old boy trapped in the body of a 65-year-old man. My candles are better than yours, silicone bleach. No, I didn't change anything. Are you taking Monday off? No. I have to, well, I have to do the weekly DD and stuff on Monday. And Pickles picks. Some other shit. Sweet nothings. That was for you, big billionaire. I hope you enjoyed it. No, I don't think it's a big deal, Stefan. Not disclosing the total return swap data doesn't get rid of total return swaps, all right? Anyway, I highly suspect that those aren't TRSs aren't the derivative being used in all this. So I don't think it matters that much. Well, Stefan, why did you go do a bunch of research and figure it out for yourself? I'd rather ask a Gary Gensler on Twitter. Good luck with that. No. Why is everyone so obsessed with swaps? God. I'd be impressed if they could continue to suppress the price for the rest of this week. Super Songs Daily DD poster only talks about them. Yeah. Because he's been right so many times in the past, right? T plus 35 was great. And 31 and 21. What was it? 24 was another one, right? No, Reddit's down for me too, toilet wine. It's almost like saying lots of outlandish shit gets you a lot of credit on Reddit. Yes, it does, Silicon Bleach. You DM Charlie to fix the servers. uh, The fuck is a Reddit? Exactly, Carl. Me, literally the only reason Reddit would be down is for MOASS. It's because their servers suck. Reddit's constantly down. Charlie's vids keeps tripping over the cable. Must be using Intel servers. Oh, don't get the Intel AMD war started in here. That's almost as bad as the Apple and then anything better war. I'm gonna try to update this, but I don't think it's gonna work because it keeps crashing when I refresh. Compact Presario, the fan. Toilet Wine, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. Isn't any reason to believe the next 2 hours will be any different from the last four? No. BTCM halted. Sounds like it's too late to get in. Seems like they basically document their education about the market. They learn something, post it, but most people don't do their own DD. They believe that incomplete or irrelevant. Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate, but it's kind of the way of everything. It's not like a super stock specific problem. If you aren't convinced that the swaps idea is true, why do you think this week's action will be solid? Because there's other derivatives. It's not just swaps. Swaps aren't the only fucking derivative. They're also carefully monitored ever since '08. They're in a much tighter regulatory framework than other derivatives are. Name every derivative. Thoughts about the federal treasury running out of money? They'll just raise the cap. They always raise the cap. It's so fucking it's so just I mean they've never not raised it. But every single time they turn it into a big fucking deal. Reagan raised it like 74 times or some bullshit. Yeah, it's just political theatrics. We doing calculus in here? No. I don't think our run last Tuesday is going to be the only up. There'll be more. But the consolidation is definitely longer than expected. And ETF rebalance on the upside movement was not expected. And I don't know how many shares got rolled and like how many got sold off. To prank margin call Citadel. There's a lot of shit outside of Dodd-Frank regulation and Reg Show. Drummond. Just because a puzzle piece is the same shape doesn't mean you can jam it in the same hole, right? Unless that's how you guys do puzzles. I don't know. I mean, if it fits, it fits. Bar rates up. That's good. Look at Hassan coming in with the positivity. That's unlike you. Nice. You're getting better at this. SPCE dumped? Of course it did. What's the future for that company? We're gonna fly rich people around in the upper mesosphere, just like for 5 minutes. It's fucking stupid. Would you support a new Glass-Steagall Act and going full antitrust on a lot of companies like Facebook, Amazon, the banks? Yeah, absolutely. Can we have a running log of the famous Pi-Fi quotes? Somebody was writing them down at one point, but no, our volume today is absolute shit. All hell VWAP. No worries, Eric. All the footage is there, right? Somebody can go back through it all and find it at some point. How are they shorting the stock if no shares to borrow? We only have visualization of 2 share borrow pools. We have Fidelity and IBKR. That's all we can see. Spy looks like it's being sold off. I like that. Ooh. Nice. And GameStop's not going down? This is fun. Tend to buy some spy puts for Monday. What's Monday? Or no, Tuesday. Tuesday's the 7th. So I get some for the 8th. Market crash. Don't jinx it. Ooh, where's TLT? Puts September 3rd. No, 17th. I've been to Idaho. I haven't spent a lot of time there. They have potatoes, right? It's kind of like a hotter, drier version of Ireland. I've been to Detroit once. Not really the rest of Michigan, though. It was like outside of Detroit. I was there for like 2 days. Ooh, SQQQ. Short positions are so cheap. Have you been to Knott's Berry Farm? No. I mean, I went for like the fucking Halloween thing they do. Not Scary Farm, but I didn't do like the rides or anything. If I don't like movie theaters, why would I like amusement parks? Michigan or Ohio? I want to remind you there's a right answer here. Neither. My wife talks about Knott's Scary Farm all the time, like it was the best thing since sliced bread when she was growing up. Southern Californians are easily amused. Facts, that's why I'm here. Like, to stay in Southern California, you have to be okay with all of your life being either stuck in traffic or shopping. You have to live in a cultural wasteland and claim it's better than everywhere else because it's sunny and warm and there's water for some people close by. But there's coastline all over the world. We like truck tank tops and Blink 182. Don't forget Green Day. Cali is like the Apple of the US. Exactly. It looks nice on the surface, but it's got all the same shit inside everything else does. That's true, but you can find that a lot of other places, Chicken Tender Daddy. It's pretty bad there, actually, compared to a lot of other places. Like, it's definitely better in, like, the Bay, New York. No, I'm not a big Tool fan. I don't hate them. They're just like, I don't know. I'm not like a goth emo teenager, so I'm just not super into Perfect Circle or Tool. Very happy here in my elitist bubble in Carmel by the Sea. That is an elitist bubble. I didn't diss them. They know I'm right. It's just a matter if they're willing to accept that within themselves. If you've ever had your pants legs tied together, you might be a fan of Tool. If you've ever worn combat boots in the summer, you also might be a fan of Tool. How about Jinko jeans? I've been called in school. Is that the same thing? Similar. Corn plus Jenko. Heaven. What about Mastodon? They have a really good drummer. Throwing a bottle of Fago. I'll pass. Pornhub. I played the violin. KS. I don't really like Slipknot that much, but I like Corey Taylor. Corey Taylor is a really good singer. You want to see some volatility? Let me tell you how I feel about 30 seconds from Mars. I remember last Friday you talked about penalties for not hedging on in the money exercise options besides FTD. Isn't that what led to the January bump? Not sure if that's entirely what it was, but it was possibly partially it. I mean, it had an effect, yeah. Oh, I said Corey Taylor is a good singer. He is. He's talented at singing. I don't like 30 Seconds to Mars. I can't stand them. I used to like Kill Switch Engage a lot when I was like a teenager. Is there anyone that you really like? No. Tech 9. What if my road trip was to New York City? Would you hit up the bars with me? No, I'm not going outside. Everyone has Delta variant right now. You're not wrong, Muhammad. I like me a lot. It doesn't leave a lot of room for me to like other things. Box wine and rom-coms then. Yeah, I'm vaccinated. How many times have you left your building in the last month? Like maybe like 4 or 5. Favorite Eminem song? Hmm. Till I Collapse with Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg was the shit. You kind of look like Nate Dogg. I mean, okay. Nathaniel Dogson. What's the one from the first album? Guilty Conscience is my second favorite Eminem song. I disagree, Andre 3000 greater than everything else. I think Nos. But it's not fair. Like, I lived in Brooklyn, right? Like, so it was like, it's got to be Nos. Tupac is pretty great too. But how much of that is because, like, he died? Like, Tupac definitely strikes me as one of those artists where, like, the record label just killed him off so they could make more money. Tupac is alive. Well, if he is, so is Michael Jackson. Bloods or Crips. Tupac lives in Flagstaff, Arizona. Tupac's killer has been identified. Taking all QAnon on Tupac. What's your prediction on our earnings? Mediocre, better than last quarter. Do you watch Fargo? No, never. I've seen the movie, but I've never seen the show. Your chart is ahead of mine. I'm streaming from the future. Sorry if I didn't sync it up properly for you. Weird Al's good too. Oh, back in Ken Griffin's gangster rap days. He was part of SWA. Shorties with Asperger's. All right. If we don't bounce off VWAP right now, I'm taking my money out. I'm going to sell my weeklies. Or wait, no, I'm not. Oh, it filled. Son of a bitch. Now it's going to bounce and rip. Watch. Sell the dip. Damn straight. Does this mean it's covered call time? No. Oh, shit. Whew. Yeah, selling my 9 threes. It looks like glum right before the run up of our lives. Oh, J Fresh. No, I'm losing too much on theta to wait for a spike. A spike, even like a spike to 225 wouldn't put them in the money, so it's not worth it. Oh, you're in the money? I mean, you have a little more flexibility. Yeah, Reddit's all fucked up. There's something wrong with the servers again. 1 second, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some more coffee for power hour. All right, I'm back. Clearly didn't miss anything fun. If you just like... It's not a bear flag. It's not anything. It's just chop. Financial advice: invest everything that you can reasonably risk. No. 212.80 end of day. Interesting. No, not really. How's the one tick looking? Pretty fucking slow. I don't even have to explain chop. Back and forth price action over a small range. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, but we've had other things to talk about. We've had so many other things to talk about today. We want Boss Battle Part 2. The triangle was dope. Could Gensler's focus on dark pools be a diversion? I understood that was somewhat problematic, but considering its history, I can't help feeling it's all a cover for something deeper. It's just a misunderstanding of people who are interested in GameStop and people who care about, like, versus the people who actually care about something being done with dark pools. The people who care about fixing dark pools want a piece of Citadel's cake. It's very simple. So when you think Gensler's out there fighting against dark pools for the retail investor, he's not. He's out there fighting against dark pools because a bunch of fucking giant hedge funds want them gone. There are lots of hedge funds that do not partake in high frequency trading, and they're not a big fan of Citadel making all the money. What's your preferred architectural style? Mid-century Baroque or Gilded Age? Like they did mansions right. You would have an answer to that. Gothic Revival's not bad. I haven't seen the rest of the season. So no. I'm just gonna wait till it's all done so I can binge it. I don't want to watch it like one episode at a time. I hate that. Makes me feel like TV's still a thing. What's your favorite price target to sell a covered call at? I want you to sell them at 220 and get assigned, but the safest one would be 220 227s or 230s are probably the safest. I still hope you get assigned. It's not bearish, but he's gonna lose his shares, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's a bearish bet, but it's not. It doesn't have any effect on the stock price. Is Moonwind being a DJ again? You know it. Can we drop this aside and talk, please? Not a fan. Then don't sell fucking covered calls on GameStop. So you can FOMO into some Wall Street bets play next week with your proceeds. Why don't you just go buy 100 shares of AMC and go do that shit over there? Just trying to recoup the losses from the hood puts. I think their IV's higher. It's because 99.99% of my money is in GME. You can sell cash secured puts. Moon. I should have done that this week. Should have sold 195 CSPs. Be balling right now. Sears is running because people are talking about it on Reddit. uh, it's not Power Hour yet. Oh, I sold my weeklies, so we're gonna jump up to 215 going into Power Hour, and then just run through the end of the day. That's what happens when I don't just accept the loss. End of day pull. Far too soon, Topaz Ninja. How do you feel running a daycare for adults? It's fun sometimes. Sometimes it's a little monotonous, but even then, it's not that bad. Today is the last day to buy shares. I hope that's not true. I don't want to buy another one of these 420s. Just like that number. Did you talk about see the borrow rate went up? Yeah, I saw. Not dad. $420s for MOASS. Did the spy stop doing downs? These I might hold. Stock is hard to borrow. Why is the rate so low? If you've said this already, I'm sorry. I have an entire DD about it. Aaron C. You can go check that out. It's on my Reddit profile. There's also a video that covers it as well. DMs. You fucking greedy son of a bitch. What's the name of the vid for the hard to borrow DD? I don't remember. I'll just post the link. I think this is it. Where's Max Payne this week? That's a good question. Mm, 200, it looks like. 200 or 205. We're still above it. Craig for ban. Is Craig up to shit again? Pissing people off? Craig, stop that. No, Craig is an angel. Dad, give approval, please. I'm not approving your fucking trades. I'm not your financial advisor. Do whatever the fuck you're gonna do, man. But you might get fucked. Every time there's a green candle, a pigeon well gets its wings.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna have fun with this. Moonwind's selling 227s. I'm buying one. Maybe I won't. It's kind of a garbage option. Moon buyer cover callback. It was a trap. Why you gotta do me like that? Keep re-rolling the option until he gets his shares assigned. This was, is it worth it? Stay at a job for an extra 25K pre-tax through a share plan, share save plan that matures in 10/2022. I have no idea. Share save plan. I mean, I guess I don't know how many shares you're getting, or of what company, right? I couldn't possibly tell you. All shorts must cover. That's true, Jay Fresh. No, shorts never covered Sears. I mean, that's probably not accurate. Also, it just went bankrupt. The shorts won. What's this? Guys, all MOASS took was Moonwind getting assigned on all his shares. Or getting them called away. He was the catalyst all along. Every time Moonwind does something stupid with his GME shares, the stock rips. Thanks, Moonwind. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. Anything happening here other than shorting on low volume and bouncing? Nope, you've summed it all up. I don't like this. Moonwind, you've begun FOMO that you cannot stop. There should be a Moonwind level subscription. And you got to get that Wall Street bets degeneracy out of your system, man. The rush feels great. It'd be cheaper just to like do drugs, right? Moonwind for mod. It's not done yet, Moon. We could just keep trading silence. That would be great. If you don't think I'm going to bring the full power of my pickle market manipulation to bear, Moonwind should run the Federal Reserve. Imagine if the market just like skyrocketed and crashed like every other week. That'd be so much fun. I don't know. You try another random triangle. Now it just looks like the buff pickle has thrown the tiny pickle up in the air. I can't unsee that. Attack on pickle. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect example of why we don't day trade GameStop. Moonwood, what are you gonna do if we open tomorrow at like 265? I don't have enough unsettled funds to buy to close. You son of a bitch. Start a wire transfer. I, Windmill Willie, I'd tell you, yeah, but I know it would be lost. There's no point. He'll have to open an only Dan's account. I can FTD the shares, right? Hedgies do it. You would have had to have started the transfer first. I know gambling addiction isn't a joke, yet I find myself laughing at Moonwind. The worst part about it is he's risking his GameStop position so he can play like some shitty like Viacom play next week or something. Or or go all in on metamaterials. The dads would like to let Moonwind know that the offer for him to join the dads has been repealed. Someone this retarded is not fit for any society, including the dads. Man, that's rough. How the fuck do you get rejected by the dads? You can still be a Craig. If nothing else, Moon, thanks for making the end of the day more interesting. I don't want him to get assigned, but if the stock goes up, I'm not going to feel bad. Never go full Craig. What do you think about those who say that we will moon before Christmas, mid-December? Interesting. That'll depend on what happens between now and then. Thanks for sharing that, Sir Ian McKellen. What the fuck? I'm glad I didn't read that like out loud before reading it to myself. I'm getting better at this. Haha. You guys can't trick me anymore. Who was my first subscriber? Was it? I don't know. It happened before I ever streamed. Jamie G. No, it was either Plenter or were you number one, Renzer? Everyone's gonna say that though. I wonder if I think I could actually look. This is something I can find out. Probably Matt Kors. Oh god, it's too difficult. Hold on, I'm gonna go all the way back. This takes a lot of clicking, so you gotta give me a second. The first subscriber was Arjun M. Alvaro something, and then Nikoko or Nikiko Dragon was number 4. J Dubs was in the top 10. What number was I? I don't know. You're not on the front page. I don't know who like the first subscribers were because I had like 400 or 500 subscribers when I first started streaming. Can I pay to be in your top 10 subs? It was just like the first ones, right? I can't change that. But who are my favorite subscribers? I don't have favorites. I want to say I came in around 500-ish. Yeah, I know Moonwind's one of the OGs. He was definitely in here from the beginning. Who's your favorite Cornichon and why is it me? Who are your least favorites? Well, Jamie G is a given. Stefan S can be pretty annoying. Who else likes to play devil's advocate and ask me the same question 500 different ways? No, I respect Vecna. Vecna comes in here, dislikes the stream, and then watches it all day. Thoughts on Dr. K? Irritating, but I don't hate him. Stefan S. Oh, Silver Reserve's really big on asking me the same question different ways also. Like, well, if this happened, then what would your floor be? Sahib's definitely gotten on my nerves a couple times. Sanjeev from India? He's awesome. He comes in, he's so pleasant. The Moonwind covered call formation. Anybody who fucking DMs me excessively, you're on my shit list. Trying to think of who else. Big gulp. I mean, Peanuts, you sent me whale teeth. It's amazing. Honestly, there aren't that many people from here that DM me excessively. There's people on Reddit who DM me every fucking day with like paragraphs of shit. And I want to answer everyone's like questions if they're pertinent or relevant, but sometimes it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, leave me alone. Does it mean I'm on your shit list? Praise be to you up. I don't even know who you are, Pickle Union President. There's one dude on Reddit who DMs me about every single edit in my daily DD, and like numbered. He writes like a full paragraph synopsis of every single fucking edit I make to the daily DD and sends it to me every day. He's like, well, I thought I saw this here, and I guess you were right and it turned that way, but I don't understand why. And like, I want to help him, but at the same time, I don't have time to read all that shit. If you're in here right now, stop it. Publish a book of your DMs. My favorite ones are the like ultra religious death threats. Or lie. Oh, I copy and pasted one of them in my weekly DD because it was just too great. I can't remember what it was now. It was a while back. A wire from B of A to Fidelity, by the way. You just initiate a wire transfer with your account numbers. Predicting the future is the work of Satan. Define excessively. Ever gotten uncalled for nudes? Yeah. Several. Some weren't so bad, but yeah, they're all uncalled for. This is a finance channel. People need to stop sexualizing pickle finance. So you had some suspicions of who I was. Glad to see the Dans are not on the shit list. Praise be to view up. You will find your monthly package in your mailbox. Wink, wink. Are you still getting the painted pickle pics? They've become less frequent. I got a lot of the hyper religious death threats around the time that I was like bashing God Pill. I can see how he would attract that audience. Stop sexualizing pickle financial. Draws hairless beefcake pickle Adonis. Hello to everyone. We are here. Recent not in the stream because of overtiming work. We will always support good work and best regards to all. Best regards to you as well, Sanjit. As always, a pleasure to see you and your once a day message. Thank you for tuning in. Godpill? Godpill was a guy who lost a lot of money on options and read the Bible while streaming the stock. Or just Genesis. I can't remember. I think it was just Genesis. It wasn't like the whole Bible. He was really going for the out there shit. Godpill once challenged everyone watching his stream to a fist fight, but only if his friends could be there armed. Friends? And then I have like the regular shills on my Reddit posts every day that just really don't like me. Because they like tried to use my TA to day trade GameStop and got burned. Like that mosquito guy. He's always bitching. All of his posts are just bitching about me. Yeah, and the TA doesn't work on GME people. We know all about them. Moonwind, how are you feeling about these higher highs and lower lows? The mosquito guy's convinced that you're Warden, but I'm not like an 18-year-old Asian kid. Mosquito dick. Yeah, he mentioned it one time on one of his streams. D what? You're saying Andrew Mo Money is Warden? No, I don't think so. Do they sound the same? No. It's impossible, right? Because I've streamed at the same time as Warden. It could. It's not even like. We didn't stream together. Same dog. Yeah, Warden and Godpillar are best friends. Please adjust the screen. Oh, sorry. Is Warden his own quant? You stop cross posting on GME and GME Jungle? No. I cross posted. Sometimes r/GME will delete my post, but GME Jungle always posts. Is that the secret to being the best trader? Is to never be your own quant? I'll have you know I can do more than one push-up. Veritas. Isn't Burry his own quant? I don't know. Burry has employees. I'm not sure what he does with them. Can you run 30 yards without passing out? Yeah. I'm in a pickle push up. Oh, you can only ever do one. Not Zen. I've never been Zen. I've been jacked to the tits every day since January. It's starting to hurt. I think that's 6. Whatever happened to Adabit's fucking DD? Wasn't he gonna release some DD? He kept like signaling it. Like, I'm Zen, I'm working on my DD. But it's never arrived. I will give Adabit that though. I feel like if he like thought he had a thesis and then he figured out he was wrong, he wouldn't just publish it. Like a certain secret DD. I mean, I've told you guys why I haven't put it out. I've been pretty transparent on why it has not been released yet. I'm definitely not. I want to read Moonwind's DD too. The Secret Life of a Covered Call Trader. What to do with level 1 options by Moonwind. Thanks, Gurden. I appreciate that, man. End of day pull, including 3K for frosted tips. What will I love, Light K? Rigged pull again. Nice. Thoughts on the theory GB is going to the S&P 500 as a hedge to the full market collapse? Interesting. Could work. Although it wouldn't be weighted enough when it ripped. That's the problem. Is like it'd be weighted really. Like it wouldn't be like heavily weighted. You have companies like Apple and shit in there that are worth like trillions. I want the SPY to hit 469.20 and then plummet. I'm just saying that, like, for GameStop to hedge the S&P against a crash, right? Like, so the idea is that the inclusion of GameStop would stop the market from crashing. It wouldn't. This is like a silly theory based on nothing. GameStop goes to the S&P 500 weighted at like 0.5% of the index. It's not going to prevent a market collapse. No matter how much it goes to per share. S&P outperforms market crash. That's a headline I can imagine reading. Usually rebalance quarterly. Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if the GME got into the S&P 500. Other companies have been turned down in the past that had much less volatility. Also, I don't think it meets the liquidity requirements currently. So to get in, we'd have to have like a share split or a stock split or something like that. It would have the earnings if we have positive. It would meet the earnings requirement. It just won't meet the other ones. And then I can't imagine it getting voted in either. Liquidity requirements are super low. I mean, they're still higher than what we trade. It could qualify next year. What is it like, Kay? I don't know what you're saying. I left you a present in the marketing channel. Oh. Oh my god. That's amazing. I need to do something special with that. I can't just whip that out right now. It's pretty special. Hey, did you put it in the DD channel? Don't do that yet. Even the DD channel is not ready for that kind of action. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate that, man. S&P 500 is corrupt. Yeah. So's everything. The sky's blue. Water's wet. What's the difference between T+2 with the market closed this Monday? It just moves forward a day on market holidays. So T+2 will just be Tuesday. Right? Yeah. Wait, no. Wednesday, sorry. T+2 will be Wednesday. They're trying to, yeah. I don't know how successful they'll be. It just means they'll have to cover more in a shorter period of time, which will drive the price up faster, which I'm fine with. Wednesday could be pretty fucking nuts. Thank you, Dead Wide Smiles. I appreciate that. For all of you guys, if you could, drop a like and a subscribe. Huge help to the channel, and a great way to show your support. Or smash that dislike and find a channel you do enjoy watching. Don't waste your time in here. Almost there. Is my prediction going to be right? There's no ask. There's no ask at fucking 212. Son of a bitch. Ding, ding. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You guys all have a lovely night. I appreciate it, guys. For those of you listening again, we closed at 213.52. Green on the die.